So, the interpreter testing the sound. Good morning. I hope you can hear me well. And great, thank you very much. Okay. And we're supposed to get a Swedish relay then for the afternoon at starting at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Hei vaan kaikille ja lämpimästi tervetuloa tänne Eurooppa-foorumin.
Hello everyone, and you are warmly welcome to the third and final day of the Europe Forum. Both here, you who are here in Turku and those who are following this online. As a reminder, there is a live streaming for all of our programs, and this will go online, and there will be also interpretation into English via Interprefy app. You can participate on the discussion via chat, and you can join the chat with the QR code that you can see on the screen behind me.
Hello and welcome to the Europe Forum's third and final day here in Turku. Let's start with a few reminders. All programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you need any help with this, the conference staff are happy to help you. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Kiitos. Annan nyt puheenvuoron seuraavan ohjelman.
Thank you, and I will now give the floor to the moderator of the next program. You are very welcome, Development Manager Mikko Kangas from Regional Council of South Ostrobothnia. Thank you very much, and good morning and day to all, and welcome to come here to talk about the future of regional development. This is a session that is jointly organized by ELSA 9, so in 9 different regional councils in Finland, and we are of course also a funding thing. When we are authorities, we are also interested in here what is happening in the future for regional development when we think about the next term for the multi-annual financial framework in the EU. We have here regional councils of Southwest Finland, South Ostrobothnia, Council of Häme, Council of Central Finland, Council of Tampere Region, Council of Ostrobothnia, Council of Päijät-Häme, Council of Satakunta, and Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council. And we have experts here. We have MEPs, Elsi Katainen and Eero Heiniloma. Welcome. Thank you. And then we will also have the regional mayor, Niina Pautola-Moll, here from Päijät-Häme, and also you have history and background with the knowledge about how EU is functioning. The Europe Forum, we are organizing this year. The event takes place in a very topical current time, and we have received a proposal from the Commission from the MFF multi-annual financial framework, and this is the third day now for this forum. And we have heard, I think in pretty much all of the sessions, there have been some comments related to this, and also total defense has been a relevant theme and mentioned many times. Perhaps I won't make you to answer to the same questions, but I would like to summarize some things that have been talked about in previous days, and then we can continue from that. It has been a very interesting debate and discussion that we have had about regional development, and also in general thinking about the MFF. When we now think about the renewal that Commission is proposing, during the years and during the year before the proposal, we have heard that there might be this model with an envelope where things are bunched together and different funds on the EU level are combined. They are put inside of this envelope that is then given to the member states, and then they will decide based on that and govern the funding. And this is now National and Regional Partnership Plan, NRP plan. And of course, what is interesting to us now especially is that agricultural development, regional development, fisheries, border control, immigration, internal security, social and environmental funds, many kinds of things are combined into this. Yesterday, especially when there was an event organized by the 6 cities, there was talk about ring fencing, so there will be less ring fenced money. In practice, then the Commission will do not have that much ring fenced money, that the money should be targeted to certain things, but the member states instead have more freedom. And this is one of the essential changes about this model. I have been hearing what the MEPs have had to say, and there has been some critique, I have to say, about this envelope model. Among other things, Aura Salla, MEP, commented that this is just kind of a waste, that the money has to go via Brussels. So Finland pays to the Brussels, and then the Brussels gives the money back to Finland, and then Finland can use it in whatever way Finland pleases. Well, of course, there are some ring-fenced money, for instance, for agricultural matters, but there is a lot of money, and the member states have a lot of power to target it. Then also MEP Lee Anderson was rather critical yesterday that there is no really added value on a European level, as the Commission is not really directing how the money should be used. So more or less there has been critique from the members of the European Parliament. So I would also like to hear your comments now. What do you think? Do you share this evaluation about this envelope model being poor for adding value on a European level? Is this the direction that we should be heading? That we should give more freedom to the member states? What do you think? What is the most significant change? Or are we just now panicking about the change? And so if we could perhaps please start with Elsi Katainen. Yes, thank you, and good day to everyone. These are big things, and I think, and it will take 2 years before we really know what kind of model it will be, because there are still negotiations to be. It's all speculative at the moment, so we make speculations, but the structure will change. And as we are living in an era where in any way the budget will increase, and probably also the money that then the member states are paying for EU will grow. And I am on the Committee on Regional Development and Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. Those are the sectors where money will be taken off. And from those sectors, Finland has received funding from the EU. So when we think about us being net payers, so we'll be even more so. So there are opportunities, but there are also threats when we think about this model with the envelope. We should target the money. There should be more transparency, more impactfulness, and we should emphasize on those things. For the 30 years that we have been a member state in the EU, we have been thinking that the principles of subsidiarity should be stronger. There should be more decision power in the member states so that there would be more flexibility, more room for different situations. And in many ways, this is now taking place. When we think about the periods that we have government, they are maximum 4 years. And it is up to the government then to decide if they are interested to invest in agriculture, rural areas. For instance, if they are ready to strengthen the connections and investing on the eastern Finland, so that their companies and businesses would be also interested in investing there. And then also about higher education institutions, universities, they are also very dependent on this kind of funding. So these are very important matters and core matters, and we have to have this discussion on national level and also involve the regions already at this stage. Of course, the government now has more power. Then again, the discussion between parliament and regions, it seems it's less now. So I think I am worried about this right now. Eero. Yes, this is a very radical change, especially what the Commissioner is proposing. It is radical. And it leads to the question, why are we doing this? What are the goals? Is the new model now better than the previous one? And this discussion is needed. All in all, Parliament and my group is showing critique with this, that we will put everything in a one bunch, we give them to national governments, and then the governments just distribute the money as they see fit. Our group will not accept this in this form. We have talked about this already before we had our summer break, and we will continue discussion this autumn. This doesn't make sense that we send money, and after the moment the money comes back, like use your own money as you wish, but now it's EU money. We have to rethink this. Why did the Commission then make this proposal? My understanding is, and you can close your ears, I think it is because for finding a way to cut from the regional funding and from agriculture and then reallocate this funding to another things. This is a bit that is kind of the thing that makes sense for me. Of course, we need to take care of the needs in defense. We need to take care of different needs. But if we then just cut from the agriculture and for regional development, that is not a model that is really functioning, because regional development is important for the development of Europe, development of Finland, and we see here how important this balanced regional development is. And then also when we think about the crisis that has to do with Ukraine, that has also shown us how important it is that we have food security on a local level. And we cannot know, of course, what the end result will be. Lots of dust and lots of opinions and strong wills, and then just hard work and debate for months. And then at some point, we don't even remember where we started off, and then we will find some solution. My assumption is that, and this is a huge amount of money, we won't be sticking to the schedule, but this will go to 2027 and after the elections. For us, it is of course problematic because then the decision power is changed. So this is why I think it is very good that the suggestion was made here before, that the opposition and government in Finland should come to the same table so that the decisions that are made could continue after the elections. And also with other actors, we should have a larger group of people on the same table. We should include, for instance, the regional councils and all, even MEPs, within that kind of radical idea from me to have the MEPs also involved in this. So many points where we can make decisions, and in order to get results, we should be rather swift in making our analysis. This is a huge proposition. It needs more than a week to discuss, and of course in the Parliament we have had holiday in August. I'm trying to pretend that I'm still on a holiday, as you can see. So we still need to think about it, and thinking about the totality of things. When we think about debt, it is a brother when you take it, but it's a nephew when you pay it. So paying money, 1/5 will go to the old sins of the past. So thus we will have a lot less new money. If we look about GDP, if we take we need to think the debt as well. Of course, the position of the parliament is not as big here as with the annual budget when we discuss all money, but as they do need the parliament's approval for the end results, I do think that the European Parliament will say quite strongly what it is ready then to approve. And I think there is understanding in the Parliament that we have to include the regions in the decision-making processes. And also understanding agriculture, that we need to have some ground rules based on which we will then act. And sometimes when we think about the money for that has been given to the countries, sometimes it has been problematic that the audits cannot always be given. When we think about the money that has been given to state. Thank you for commenting. So we are worried about cuts in agriculture, in regional development, and that the regions are not included. And of course, we have also seen that MEPs are often good at defending our interests also. So we love to include you as well, if you like to include us. Let's just agree this, that we will include each other. And when we think about the regional councils, they are actually the best actors for doing advocacy work. So thank you so much for this, Nina. So there has been a worry now about leaving the regions aside, and we have had shared initiatives. So how does it look like when we think about Finland and regions? We had excellent comments here. I would like to start by starting on the total level of things. As long as the member states do not want that their national payments are increased, and if they don't want to have new funding, if you add something, you need to take something away. I understand that the world has changed. Investing in competitiveness and defense has good grounds. Then again, when we come about the regional development, when we talk about national and regional partnership plans, we can see now, do we think that the glass is half full or half empty? So we can simplify things. We have had 17 different programs, now we have one program. And what is then trying to achieve with this is transparency, for instance. Regions have been asking for transparency, so there are some rather excellent things here. However, what is then the biggest question, or one of the big questions for the regions, is that how do these programs and plans are then formed and built? We all have a place here to do some advocacy work. If we look at the proposal for regulations, there are national and regional sectors and on their national goals and where relevant regional goals. And I think this is something that we should look into. We should be awake and demand that we are included in drafting the programs. And I would like to say here that I would think it would be peculiar if the regions were not included, as most of the EU legislation is implemented on a regional level. Thinking about green transition, thinking about digitalization, regions are the agents doing this transformation and change and transition. So if we are left aside, it's going to go wrong. Before going to the actional amounts and speculating how much might be received to which purpose, which sector, Does this bring opportunities? Like positive ones, you were talking about simplifying matters, that this is something that we are trying to achieve. Do you see anything else that you think is positive in this change? I have to confess that when we think about the least developed regions, there is ring-fenced money for them for green transition, 35%. Also for social matters, they are important. This is also an opportunity to increase impactfulness, regional development. When we are using money and we have like this all different kinds of projects, we need to show that things are also impactful and the projects are impactful. And if we now have plans with investments, with renewing different things, and then we have the idea of or paying for the actions that have been already done, we need to be aware that we have to be more efficient and pay attention to efficacy when we use the money. And then Eero, you commented on the magic trick that making national money EU money and then the supervision RFF model when we think about renewables and perhaps when we think about accounts, we might not see that clearly where the euros have been used. So do you think it would be we could be more efficient in this, even though the supervision might be less than an auditing? If we have less money, of course, it will be kind of more efficient. It makes things easier. However, afterwards, when somebody then comes to see where the money was used, I don't think if the governments are perfect either in directing funds. In different countries, maybe not that much in Finland, but also maybe in Finland. But the governments want to direct money where they deem important at the moment. But when we think about European competitiveness on a long-term basis, that might suffer from it. And the government in all countries have a way of thinking about the next elections. What are the best things to do and where to allocate the funding, thinking about the next elections. But we should have a more long-term perspective. So I think what will take place is that we will have less funding programs, but I don't think that this MFF will go as and this suggestion and proposal will be agreed as it is right now, and the Parliament will have its say on this. We are quite skillful in what we also do, and the MEPs are not as shy as we are with Elsie, and we are not even that shy as the Finnish on average. So this will change the proposal, I think. Actually, my experience is that when I am on the Committee of Regional Development, that Finns are heard and we are rather loud there. And also when thinking about Eastern border, people do hear what we have to say. And Commissioner Quitt has mentioned Lappeenranta so many times and can even pronounce the name of the city well now. So after the NATO discussions, Finland has been on the map and people hear what we have to say, and we have to use this momentum now. When we think about this half-term discussion, we do need to think about impactfulness of how we use the funding that we have received. This is not that good on the European level, even in regions. Of course, I think the Finnish agents and organizations are maybe the one of the best in this. But many times there is this feeling that cohesion money and so on, it goes to nothing and there are no investments and it doesn't create any new competitiveness or competence. So we have to be more transparent so that people can have believe that the money is used well. But I think regions are a key factor in this because the regions know the opportunities and the needs the best. So the governments also need to find new ways to operate when in the national parliaments there will be discussion about regions and agriculture. So that is a big change. We need to be prepared for this.
So this is the right time to move on to the content and the cuts. And we heard from the MEPs that you are disappointed in how the cuts are targeted at the agricultural policy and rural development, and that the regional development would be supported in the areas where more funding is required, so that would balance things out. What did you mean by that? Well, one of the basic pillars of the EU has been that they recognize the differences in the development of different rural areas and regions, and they want to balance it out. And now the decreasing funding is increasingly still being allocated to regions that are already doing better. And this is a development that happens both in Finland and in the European scale. I think it's a concerning feature for the existence and purpose of the EU. And then if and when 20% from both sectors will be cut, we talk about security a lot. So, of course, we need to invest in defense, that's quite clear. But at the same time, we have forgotten the idea of overall security, and food security is one important part of the total security, and it is now getting more fragile, and people are not recognizing this. And I would like to emphasize that out of European farmers, there are only 12% who are under 40 years old. So we simply don't have enough people there, and they're not going to be increased because the profitability is so low, and when there now are great cuts to that side, so things are not looking any brighter, actually, even if they try to portray it otherwise. And this clearly affects those areas where this security is being provided, because the rural areas and agricultural sector are hit by these developments. And when you think about the green development companies and innovations, they have to be rolled out quickly now. We talk about bioeconomy that we had as a resource we use already. And when we think about Finnish clean energy, the situation is good here, but we could still intensify it a lot, and it would bring more jobs and livelihood to the regions. You criticized in the morning panel the fact that the cuts will also hit Finland quite hard when the Commission set on the cohesion side limits so that the decrease shouldn't go beyond 80% of the current level, and it seems to be the case for Finland now when we are making these assessments of the funding Finland is going to get. So what do you think about these cuts? Well, I'm sure we can't say what the total amount will be because we don't know how the funding through different programs will ultimately be, but the onset is concerning when you think about having these cuts, and there's a minimum of 80% of the current level. So then you have a 20% cut. You notice you are really in that group. then you can easily say that you have done the worst. So this starting message for Finland is not a great one. And we have the special case that we have chosen the path of accepting a little bit higher membership fees, but we have then wanted to maintain the amount we get as the net payer on the regional and rural development side. And now this may become costly for us, the model we chose, because when the money is gone from the rural development programs and we still have to pay a lot of membership fees, we might end up in a bad situation. Sweden has chosen a different road. They want to try and cope with as small net payments as possible, and then they've accepted that they also get less funding for agriculture, for example. So this is a big deal. And before we can actually say anything definite about it, we need to have more details. But not to end up as in such a bleak note, I want to say something more positive. So when the situation with the current programs was under discussion, it was also accepted in Finland that these regional funds can also be used for the needs of defense. And this, of course, most likely it will mean cuts to the regional development side. And this is bad for us because the amounts we're getting in the regional development side are quite small. And now the part that is growing and where we would justifiably have a larger share, so security. But now it seems we're getting less money there too. I can't understand how we have accepted that. So we are the bigger payer, there's less money and we get less back. And the little money we get, we're going to use for a big need where we are actually covering issues for the whole Europe. So it's the defense issue is not just about caring for Finland, it's actually defending the whole Europe as we happen to have along eastern border and our neighbor is who it is. So we haven't discussed this. And there's a risk that the same spirit might be repeated in the next 7-year framework. But before I can say anything final about it, I have to make reservations about getting more information before we make a final evaluation about it. And we won't have too much time for it, so we need to start it in the early autumn. And it's very important that we do this together, because none of us can make our voices heard alone. Well, maybe Elsie's voice, because she's in the Agricultural Committee, but as an individual MEP or an individual regional council or even their conglomerates or even the Finnish government can't do it alone. But we need to draw our conclusions quickly and start and try and change this. Okay, let's then go to this content. In Finland, the regional development funding has traditionally been used for R&D, research development, and the productivity or investments that will increase the productivity of businesses. For example, universities of applied sciences are a significant recipient of the regional development funding. And as Eero described, we are now heavily introducing the defense industry, the dual use and the military side is coming to get funding from the same funds. Nina, for Päijät-Häme, you have negative statistics when you look at the gross domestic product per inhabitant. Päijät-Häme is actually one of the poorest regions. So what is needed now in the regions in terms of the regional development? And if more funding is now allocated to the defense industry, what would you do? Well, if we say with one word what we need, it's money. But referring to the previous comments, if you look at the other side of the coin, Finland has done well in the competitiveness horizon side, we have competence, abilities, universities and businesses, universities of applied sciences have a lot of competence. They're doing well, and thereby we've been able to repatriate that funding. And it is also one element in the region of Päijät-Häme, where I come from, if you calculate that into it. And if we look at the new picture and the CEF proposal and the envelope of military mobility that was made tenfold now, and it used to be very small in the current framework. So this will also create opportunities for us. And then when we have the 1.6 billion, which is based on the eastern border being allocated to us, we can see it in broader terms that any investments in activities at the border to the companies, housing, development of industries there are also factors that will stabilize community and increase vitality. And therefore, I would like to look at it as a bigger picture and not only think of the border regions, but whole Finland. But in the region of Päijät-Häme, we are looking at how things will develop. And if there will be funding cuts, the money we will get, we will have to be more effective in using it. And if during the process we can also achieve cost savings and increase the impact, that will be a positive thing. How about the look with regard to the preparedness of the Finnish defense industry in grasping this new opportunity, and can that funding be used for developing the vitality in our regions? Our title is Sustainable Growth or Defense. Is the support for defense and developing vitality, do they have actually a future? I think the Finnish industry is prepared to accept the challenge and provide more security, and it's more than just providing this hard iron. And it is, of course, a great thing. And I hope that smaller companies can also be included in this consortia, because defense procurements are always tremendously extensive and also long-lasting. So I hope that the Finnish companies will benefit from that. The 1.6 billion that you mentioned is, of course, a good thing. As far as I understand, it cannot be allocated to the vitality side that you asked about. And therefore, I am a little disappointed with this outcome. After all, we have the longest common border with Russia, and against that 1.6 billion is small compared to many other countries. So we have to remember that it is not actually such a huge amount of money as it first seemed. It is not clear yet how we can use this funding, but primarily it is used for military mobility or dual-use mobility or items, and maybe that will also bring some vitality to the regions, but it cannot be used directly to the regional development issues, as far as I understand. And I am concerned in general with the development of changing the regional development funds into some kind of crisis fund, which it shouldn't be at all. So the development side is not about having the climate crisis in the previous season, and now we try to cover up for the security gaps. So just change the title. This is no way of making any long-term lasting development. And there is this problem of calculating the amounts for 7 years together. It seems big, but in all projects, the Commission is very good at giving a nice visual image to things, and the figures look nice. But when you start looking at what they actually contain, you might end up only having a fourth or a tenth left of it. In our case, 1.6 billion means that a good 200 million euros per year. And thinking about the war in Ukraine and how it affects our economy, it's not really that much money. So when you divide or distribute the 200 million, it will not have much regional development or even defense impact. I don't know if integration or immigration will be helped. So you have to be very careful with the factors so that the large amounts won't mislead you, because 1.6 billion seems like a lot of money, but what it actually means in real terms is 200 million per year. And this is the reality we're discussing. We're not discussing billion. And the way it's broken down, I'm not in favor of including defense in it, because yes, defense can be an important factor in many regions in developing their industrial bases, but it to be funded by the regional development funding, it doesn't make any sense in my opinion. So each province or region can think just as up until now that what the share of innovation should be, what are the projects they want to be involved in, what they invest in. But in my eyes, and this is again based on the current information, I feel that we are prone to say that since it's written down here as one of the criteria for distributing money, it seems that we've now taken care of the defense issues. I'm not a fan of this model, because I don't think things will be taken care of this way, and I still hope that they're going to change this pattern, because this is also not good for us, because the needs of the military, we have a higher share of the yield of it when you look at the European situation compared with what our position is when all the regional development money is looked at. And if we incorporate it into the regional development funding, we've made a bad choice, because ultimately it's going to give us less money. And everybody says that we should invest in the security needs in Finland as in other countries. I think it would be better to have separate funding for that. So I think in a year's time we need to have a government representative present here. Thank you very much for giving us your opinions about this level of funding, 1.6 billion. I think I can speak for all the regions in Finland. We want to discuss this, because when you read the proposed regulation, the 1.6 billion should be allocated to immigration, internal affairs and border security issues. And yesterday I heard from Petteri Orpo on the main stage commenting that this is exactly the kind of funding that is suited for promoting vitality, and I disagree about it with him. And if you think about the vitality at our eastern border as regions, we want to really discuss how this 1 billion euros should be allocated at, which actually in real terms means 200 million. Exactly. We will still have a couple of minutes. We can take some questions from the audience now, or comments if you have anything on your mind. Please wait for the microphone, so the people following online can hear you too. Kaisa Saari from the Helsinki City business section. I was thinking about the Commission's proposal with regard to new sources of income, and this hasn't been discussed much. Doesn't the Commission want to use the emissions trade income as a new source for means? And in Finland, we might end up on a billion scale income from the emissions trade, and if the Commission would like to take 30% out of it. This is actually quite a big stream too, so I think we should discuss this too as funds for regional development, because you can develop e-charging points infrastructure or the needs for ports and harbors. This is what would be interesting to me to hear about. Yes, this is of course a big deal when it comes to funding, how that will be carried out. And as I was a member of parliament in Helsinki, I wasn't too happy about the EU's own funds. I always thought that wouldn't it be clearer to keep a GDP-based membership fee, send the money to Brussels and try and keep it as small as possible. But now when I've looked at this from the point of view of the development needs in the EU, I have changed my opinion. So I think we do need to take EU's own funds seriously for many reasons. But one reason is that we will then have the types of income that is not away from the member states. And then when we look at the EU's own funds, it doesn't make any sense if the existing income from the member states will be redistributed and transferred to the EU. It's just, again, another trick. Whereas if we still keep looking at things as a GDP-based payment. So we should look at those regions that haven't been taxed nationally before, or where the EU decision-making is necessary to achieve taxation. Well, duties, customs are, of course, a clear thing when we have a joint trade policy. The EU duties are one thing, but the emissions trade is kind of a border case. Clearly, I'm getting encouraged here. So this is a border case with the emission trade. You can be in favor because it is an issue that is under the EU decision-making. So therefore, I think it's possible. But then when I look at other things that have low taxation, it's the digital taxation where we have agreed already once that the EU should move on there. And I noticed that Trump had read my speech and commented on it by saying that he's going to get angry if there will be digital taxation in Europe. But there's another. Financial market taxation, and it is undertaxed right now, and investors and banks won't like this. But I am in the Finance and Banking Committee, so I dare to say this. Even minimal tax on them should provide us with significant amounts, and that should be part of this own funding system. And I'll come back to the idea that part of the emission trade money could be going for the EU, but I think I would focus on the digital and the banking sector. Other comments? Yes. One approach to this is what are the priorities that the EU has? And the EU budget is saying that we use the money to things that are harder to do nationally, and we are committed to the climate actions. And I think it's good to think about whether there's anything there that could provide us with a new source of income. I would leave the door open to that review, as we are committed to the climate work and circularity and so on. Yes, the whole MFF proposal was not completed. It was only an estimate of the expense side, but nothing about the income side. And I believe in 2 years' time we will notice that the expenses haven't been increased that much, and therefore the cuts do not have to be so high either, and it can therefore be accepted. But the digital taxation should definitely have been involved. But because of Trump, we couldn't put it there. Only thing we got was an embarrassing trade deal with the United States. And we need to review things, and I'm looking forward to Ursula von der Leyen's autumn speech, where she must give some indication of an own ideas of what the own funds could be, because Germany, as our biggest economy, has already said that it will not go along with any increase of the membership fees. Thank you. To sum up, we can say that there are threats, but luckily the MEPs and regions are best friends forever, so let's make it a great future.
Lämmin kiitos puhujille ja yleisölle
Many thanks
hyvästä
to the
keskustelusta.
speakers and the
Ohjelma
audience for
sopukassa
good
jatkuu
discussion.
1:00, eli vähän
Our
reilun tunnin
program
päästä.
at Nook,
Tällöin
at the
Varsinais-Suomen
Nook
liiton
will continue
paneelissa
at 1
keskustellaan
p.m.
Pohjoismaiden
and we are going
yhteistyömahdollisuuksista
to discuss
sekä
the
rajat ylittävän
opportunities for
yhteistyön
collaboration in the
tärkeydestä.
Nordics
Ohjelma
and
jatkuu sillä
the
välipäänäyttämöllä
importance of
ja pienellä
cross-border
näyttämöllä.
collaboration. And
Lämpiön
the program also
Eurooppa-cafe on
continues
auki ja tarjoilee pientä
on
naposteltavaa
this
ja lämmintä
main
juotavaa.
stage and the
Lisäksi
smaller
teatterin
stage, and
ulkopuolella
there's a cafe
sijaitseva
open, and
ravintola
outside
Viides
of the
näyttämö
theater,
tarjoilee parhaillaan
the
lounasta.
restaurant
Nähdään pian.
Viides näyttämö is currently offering lunch.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Nook. I would like to remind you that all Europe Forum's programs are live streamed online. If you want to take part in the conversations, you can scan the QR code on the screen to access the chat. Thank you. I'll now hand over the floor to the moderator of this discussion. Please go ahead, Niina Pautola-Moll, Regional Mayor of Päijät-Häme.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this panel discussion. The topic is very timely, connecting Nordic, the benefits of the more integrated Nordic region for regional economy and security. I would like to first introduce our panelists. We have the Chair, Grand Committee of the Parliament of Finland, Saara-Sofia Sirén. We also have the Mayor, City of Vantaa, Mr. Pekka Timonen. Then we have the CEO, Oslo Stockholm 2.55, Jonas Karlsson, and Director for Economic Development, City of Lappeenranta, Ding Ma. And then we have one more panelist, but he will join us a bit later, Regional Mayor, Region of Southwest Finland, Mr. Jyri Arponen. But now we are going to travel to the future, and we will hear the opening speech of Mr. Timonen.
Thank you, Niina, and it's a great pleasure to be here today and also have great people with me here in the panel. First of all, I have to give you some secrets or excuses. I'm a very Nordic person. In my family, there are 3 daughters. One of them lives and works in Oslo. One of them works for the Foreign Ministry of Iceland, and one works for the Swedish Bank. So I cover quite well, and one lives in Oslo, so I'm hoping for the train. Have a special. So I have some personal interest in this matter. So please excuse that. But also, as Niina said, during my whole adult life, there has been this discussion about how to connect Nordics better, how Nordics would work better together. But in real life, this hasn't been moving forward let's say last 20, 30 years as we maybe have dreamed. And there have been various reasons why that has been. And I also must say that let's go back to only just a few years when COVID came. What happened? We Nordic countries, we didn't work together. I think that was a big strike for us. Every single Nordic country put their own policies, closed their borders or kept them open, and then we didn't work together. I hope that that kind of a wake-up call for us too, that we also must do things in a real life. And this panel is about how we move forward. And then also we have a great moment right now. As Niina said, never in my adult life the situation has been, I wouldn't say better because of some of the great geopolitical reasons, but let's say more acute question, how we combine and put Nordic countries in a better connection and how we move forward in our collaboration in general. So let's put up the facts as we all know. We are distinct countries, but we are a region that in very many matters works together and acts as one. We are 27 million people, more or less, and we are connected by various cultural, economic and industrial connections. And then, of course, stronger together is the theme for today's discussion. Should we be, and I said, yes, but how? How we move forward and create a connected region by 2040. And again, it's not the periphery, it's the northern hub. It's the new north, whatever we want to call it, but understanding that we are a big player in Europe's development and now in defense, but also as a one region, we should and could and will have a bigger role. So let's see. By 2040, if we are a single connected region, we see an interesting picture how we are connecting. We could actually go into north and see the whole picture, because also in the north, we are probably getting more connected. So let's think about the links, of course, capital to capital links, what we see here. But also if we look to geopolitics around us, if you now look what happens around us in a bigger world, I think I hope we all can agree that this looks very nice. We all working together. We don't have big problems between us, and the need for us to be strong is bigger than many times. So the idea that we strengthen our links in reality, I think there's a true need for that. How we do it, that's I would like to hear from you later. Economic imperatives, how the economy of the world is changing. And if you now look, it's becoming a picture of big players. They try to dictate the rules of the trade, how the economy is developing, state support is coming back in a very strong way, how we react as a Nordic countries. And in this world, it's clear to me that working together is the better way than working alone, because we are all small in the big games. So in the world of the bigger and bigger players and the idea of big players, how we will become a big player. And then, of course, strategic necessity in a way to order the movement of people, trade, goods, military, whatever it is, we are not ready. So we have to do something. And then there are, as we can see this picture, Oslo-Stockholm, connecting better. Helsinki-Stockholm, how we move between these two capitals in the future, and not in a future which is 2157, but in the 2040s. And then we have a project which is still alive. By many people think what it is, but I must guarantee you that Helsinki-Tallinn is still alive. And actually in Tallinn, they are already building a station for that, for the Rail Baltica, and that the idea is that that's where it's coming. So it's there, and I've always said that this will happen immediately when it's possible, economically, politically, whatever. But thinking about it will not happen is not a very fruitful way to approach the project. So building new corridors and renewing old corridors, and if we look carefully, not that much has happened in these connections last 30 years. So why? I don't know. But now, by 2040, we must do something. So let's see also from where many of here are Finns. So let's see at this from the Finnish perspective of view, how we connect ourselves to the most important region for us. This is the question with Nordics. And how we make sure that it is the most important region for us. Connectivity, European Union programs. We tend in Finland to think about that we apply money for domestic projects between Helsinki and Turku, or between Kuopio and Joensuu, or whatever. We must think bigger. We must think about the bigger region, how different projects help to form out the bigger network of connections and networks. And I don't have any opinion about tunnin juna, as we say, but only saying this is an important connection east-west. And then also for Turku, Turku is also having a very strategic position in this east-west axle. And then growth and integration of urban areas. As a mayor, this is a big thing for me. And how the growing urban areas are connected and working together. Our cities in every Nordic countries are growing, and especially capital regions are very fast growing. I think Oslo was the fastest growing capital region in the whole Europe for several years, quite recently. So our capital regions are growing, they are getting bigger, they are becoming more important. So how we make sure that this growth and the integration of urban areas creates us more wealth, more power, stronger cities, Turku also in that axle, and all big cities in the Nordic countries. Also, our cities are coming similar. That's a very interesting notion. As a mayor of Vantaa, we long time thought that Stockholm is a very multicultural, very diverse population. Now Vantaa's numbers are in line with Stockholm numbers. Many people are surprised by that. Helsinki capital region is not that different from the Stockholm region anymore. So our cities are growing similar in that way, how the population structure. Oslo is the same thing. Copenhagen, of course, is the same thing. So our cities are somehow becoming also similar. We are not that different anymore, how we work together. And then Vaasa and Umeå, also in a higher, and Oulu, Luleå, Narvik, all those connections. And then finally, this is also about competitiveness. How we think that we will survive and be stronger in the changing world. I think only one word is possible: together. Because if we are not able to combine, having so close relations, having so little problems between each other, if we are not able to combine and capable of combining our strengths together, we will not be stronger. If we all go alone, the result will be much less stronger than it will be together. And I think this is also a political challenge. How we create this kind of political atmosphere where Nordic countries can really go forward and decide together more and more things. And then labor markets. We have a joint labor market, but is it really working properly? We need connections. We need other ways to make it work more better and better. And that also reminds me that we have sometimes in the Nordic countries quite many things that work in theory, but not in practice, as in today's world they should. And then, of course, tourism, the fastest growing business in the world, aside some other IIA businesses and others. How we make our region attractive for the global tourism. And then, of course, living. Should and could we live in the future so that one feet in one Nordic country is another one in the other country? Is that possible to make your life like that? And I think Copenhagen-Malmö area is a good example of how suddenly it becomes a one urban area and people move around it. And then, of course, sustainability and green transition as a part of the competitiveness, but also making our societies more sustainable. And we all know that this is not a choice, this is a must. We have to do it. So also evaluating our projects and our things together on that framework, how that helps to create our societies, and not only seeing them as one connection, for example, but seeing them as things that investments that make other things possible. That what becomes possible when this is done. And so my final conclusion and then kind of starting for the discussion here is that isn't this the best option to move forward? What are the better options than working together? And then what are the better options that by 2040 we are either already created or very, very intensively building a truly connected Nordic region. And now I want also for my colleagues here to explain me how to do it. Not whether not only if they want it, but also how to do it. So for our last member, I'm just saying here very briefly, world is moving in the direction that we must work together in the Nordic countries. Secondly, we must be better connected to each other. And thirdly, from very nice talks and speeches, how we move to the reality and make things together. That's very briefly my message to you.
I agree.
So with this Nordic starter or kickstart for the discussion, I hope it raises you some ideas, but also puts forward your thoughts and mindsets. So kiitos, thank you, tack så mycket, tack för er for being here, and let's see, Nina, how we now move forward.
Thank you very much, Pekka. You gave us a lot of valuable thoughts to develop further. For those who don't know yet, Pekka is one of the best speakers we have in this country, so we got proof for that already. Now, Finland and Sweden have been members of the European Union for 30 years, and now also members of NATO. Russia's attack on Ukraine has reshaped the security and political landscape in the Baltic Sea region and the Nordics. In southern Finland, we have identified an urgent need for stronger and more permanent connections to the West, especially now as Finland increasingly risks becoming an island. So first set of questions I would like to address to Sara and Jori and Ma. Why is Nordic integration more relevant today than ever before? And what potential benefits could it bring to the economy, security and the resilience of our societies? Sara, ole hyvä.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the speech. It really set the mood for this cooperation and this panel. I also like this incoming of you, Mr. Regional Mayor, since you concretely showed how it was a bit silly for me to be in isolation here, and when we have the fixed link coming in between minute panel, now it works, and now we have the full cooperation here in the panel. So that was really nice of you to join us. I also want to start by sharing my Nordic experiences. I just realized this while I was listening to you, Pekka, that I am from Turku. I live here. I work in Helsinki, but I have lived in Oslo in my childhood. I've worked in Copenhagen. I lived there. I have not lived in Stockholm, but I did do an exchange in Linköping, so maybe that counts as well. And as for your question, I think you already answered yourself too with the introduction. The world around us, the security environment has changed, and it has changed for good. Even though there has been a very strong link and strong cooperation between Nordic countries already before, now it's underlined that this is the way we are moving towards, we are strengthening it, and it's more and more important for us. We can feel it, especially here in Finland, but other Nordic countries understand it too. The most important themes of today, I feel, and also during the Europe Forum these past 3 days, the keywords have been security and competitiveness. And the Nordic cooperation is directly both of these. It's about security, it's about the connections that we have together, it's about the shared values we have and share that we work with, for example, in other international and global tables. And it's about competitiveness. Like you said, we need to be a bigger player, and we cannot be that alone. We need to work together, and we have a lot of possibilities. And I like to think that we need bigger strategic view what it could be in the future. And these connections are part of this concretely. This is the basis if we want to have further interaction, further cooperation. We want to have growth, research, security. I mean, let's do it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thoughts?
My apologies for being late. I was waiting taxi for a very long time, but here I am. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, you actually told it all, but I think that to be more concrete, maybe I think our tools for growth in Finland are limited. Mm-hmm. We are too small country for an prosperous, sustainable economic growth. So I think that it's vital for us to really look to the West. And since we've been a member of the European Union, it has become like a daily basis. We don't really think what is being a European, and we are still the island. I think we've been like an island for thousands of years. So now it's time to change that. And the only thing to do it is really connect us to the West. And those lines are the best ones. I think the route to Tallinn, maybe, that will help us to connect with the rail, Baltic. And maybe that would help to be part of the reconstruction in Ukraine. And the other part, directly to the West, it would combine the whole southern Finland to Scandinavia. And the bigger Stockholm region would be part of, in our vision, be part of the southern Finland. And that would be a new power region for a huge R&D and economic growth. More than almost 7 million people, 15 universities, and almost 400 million cross-national product in that region. And once Jonas will build the train to Stockholm, he can continue to Marienhamn to Turku and to Helsinki. And in that way, we connect all the capitals of the Nordic together. So maybe that was
Very well.
on my behalf.
Thank you.
you.
Digma, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a great privilege to come joining you, also to bring some maybe perspective from eastern part of Finland. So when we look at this map at the moment, it is so true that when we think about the border regions, we have been, well, mostly trading toward the east, and now there's nothing there, right? So as our moderator said, the situation is what it is, and it's the last time for the border region to also to look west and concentrate on this Nordic framework which we are building here. And the connectivity is a base, is a fundamental for all growth and for all vitality activities. So, and I think we will hear more about this railway connectivity, but it is also very important to talk about the maritime connectivity, especially from the Eastern Finland point of view, the access for the industries to the seaport and so on, as well as air connectivity in the future. I believe that the electric aircrafts are coming, and for that there will be another way and another possibility for the Nordics to be connected even more efficiently in the future. And also talking about the security point of view, the data connectivity, which has been one of the topic already today earlier, that is something we need to consider. And from a social point of view, again, I would hope and I see the opportunity in mobility, more mobility among the Nordic countries, and look at the youth, the mobility of the youth, of the talents, but also the cooperation between higher education institutions, bringing the Nordic identity together and creating the resilience, which is what we need here.
Very well. Jonas Karlsson, you are the CEO of Oslo-Stockholm 2.55. Your company is developing a high-speed rail connection between Stockholm and Oslo, which could be completed in the early 2040s. How has this project progressed, and what lessons could Finland draw from it? From your perspective, how does the need for Nordic integration present itself, and could you envisage a fixed connection to Finland as a natural continuation of your project?
A lot of questions. I feel the pressure here when I see this map, which I think is really good. First of all, I think if I put it in perspective, I would say that the first step in solving a problem is to acknowledge that you have one. And I would say that even though the Nordic cooperation has always been great, it's been more friendly than strategic, I would say. And it's time to move from friendly to strategic. It's the time to move in a way to look across the borders, because I know, of course, more about the planning in Sweden and in Norway, because that's my main work, but we have the same problem. It's very hard to establish cross-border connections, even though they are kind of obvious if you look at the map. When we started working with this project, I started working with this almost 9 years ago, this was not on the agenda, I would say. The focus in Sweden has for a long time been north to south. And west to east or east to west has not been very much of a discussion, even though this is kind of an obvious connection. For your information, today it's like 19 flights a day in each direction between Stockholm and Oslo. So it's one of the biggest flight connections in the world, actually, if you look at the intensity of the traffic. But the railway connection is like not competitive at all. It's almost 6-hour travel time to go 400 kilometers between Stockholm and Oslo. This company was formed by the regions and the major cities from Stockholm to Oslo in order to promote this and find ways and try and find solutions. So that is, of course, and we did that from a point of view, of course, for sustainability, but also from a point of view of competitiveness. We can't take like the competitiveness from the Nordic region and further north in the Nordic region, if you compare to Öresund's area. We can't take that for granted. We have to work in order to stay competitive, and that is something we have to do together. And of course, these kind of like east-west connection, Finland, Sweden, Norway, would be a very strong driving force in that way. What happened since then is, of course, I would say that 9 years ago, this connection was not on the agenda.
Okay, for sound check, Ilona testing here on the English channel. So we'll be doing relay from relay rather, when our colleague will translate from Swedish to Finnish. We'll do it from Finnish to English then. Thank you.
We also got help from the defense perspective, which of course is very strong now. It's a bit sad, but it's also put a lot of emphasis on this kind of connection. So what we are seeing are steps taken forward. We have a joint feasibility study from the Swedish and Norwegian government. Now we need to make the next step in the planning. We are doing studies together with the Transport Administration in Sweden on part in Sweden. But the Swedish way of building infrastructure is not like start from A and build to B. You know, the Swedish way is which put it in small pieces and try to take one piece at a time. That's kind of annoying from my perspective, because I want to see this like transition going faster. Of course, that's my work. Of course, you can see from a European Union perspective, we had a discussion yesterday, and I would say that I think here the European Union actually is a big driving force. Oslo-Stockholm was not on the TEN-T map before, it is now. I saw in the new CEF3 proposal that we actually were pointed out specifically, I think in one of two projects in Sweden as prioritized. It's a proposition still, but it shows there's a strong driving force behind this, and we see that there is a movement. But and we try to do everything we can to push this forward. And lastly, I would say that we have tried to have a different approach on this as well, not only making demands to the national level. We have tried to catch interest by trying to make proposals how to solve the problem. Of course, in this connection between Oslo and Stockholm, as I said, it's 19 flights a day in each direction. There are already a huge traveling going on. The Swedish and Norwegian economy is very much integrated with export. Norway is number one or number two, depending on which year you look at, as the export country from Sweden. There are a lot of traveling going on. There's a lot of business going on. There is a market here already. So we have worked quite a lot with showing how this kind of connection could be financed. Because the national level, the government's money are limited, of course. The queue for new investments is very strong. We try to work with, not at least the private sector, the financial sector, in order to show ways of how this can be done. And there we can see actually quite big political shift in Sweden right now. We have been very much against traditionally in Sweden alternative finance of infrastructure, but there is happening things fast now.
Very interesting.
Sorry, I had one more. You had one question.
Yes, of course.
If you look at the map, I think the connection between Stockholm and Finland is kind of obvious, isn't it? I'm not the technical expert. I have not looked into the challenges of building a fixed connection, of course. But it's kind of obvious that you have to find a working connection. And that would... Oslo, Stockholm, Helsinki would, of course, make this a lot stronger. What kind of solution? I would be really interesting to participate in discussions about that, but it's, that we have to find a solution. That's kind of obvious.
Perfect.
Maybe I use this opportunity to also, when you look at the map, Ma already mentioned something very important, and I will just briefly, air traffic. I'm a mayor of a city where the Finland's main airport is, but also I'm the vice president of the European airport regions. And this is a very worrying picture, also strategic. What happens in the north right now? SAS was basically went into bankrupt and was now took over by Air France KLM. just very recently. So one Nordic project collapsed. You know, it was a strategic project originally, like founding Finnair in Finland was also a strategic project to make sure that we have connections and connections that are good for the society. Now, KLM and Air France have taken over SAS, and they have already announced, which is very big for Sweden, that Stockholm will not be a hub anymore. It will be Copenhagen. So Stockholm is supporting. First, you have to fly to Copenhagen and take a longer. So they say Copenhagen will be hub for the whole north, and Stockholm will have to support Copenhagen. For Sweden, this has been a big, of course, mentally also very. Stockholm, Arlanda will not be the hub. It will be Copenhagen. And they have taken over it. And this summer it was finalized.
And the same for Oslo.
Yeah, same for Oslo. And also will be hub. Norwegian now is growing because they will have a different. But for SAS, old SAS now gone. Doesn't exist anymore. And KLM will build it as Air France, as a Copenhagen is hub. And everybody flies to Copenhagen first and then you fly further. So very little media have been around. This is a big thing for the Nordic countries. And then at the same time, we have lost the Asia connections. That means our national airline, Finnair, and the position of our airport is weaker because we have lost, for example, in Vantaa, we have lost 6,000 jobs because of no Asia flights. You heard it right, 6,000 jobs are gone because the Asia flights are not there anymore. And over 6 million passengers have been lost. So we can't develop the region also without having flight connections. And the electric planes and the hydrogen planes, when they come in 2030s, the 35 maybe, they will be first perfect for 1 hour distances. So Helsinki-Tallinn will be perfect for electric airplanes, 60 kilometers. So they can cover that, but they will also change this picture. But I'm just saying, don't forget that also if we lose the air connections between our cities and the importance of our airports, then we also lose the big part of our competitiveness.
Yes, very good points. And what I'm about to say is that this kind of connection is not replacing sea
exactly
traffic, neither flight traffic. But what we see is that is one motivation for Greater Stockholm area to look to the east, because they are losing the economic power in that way as well, and that would bring them a new kind of possibility to growth. But as we have seen, for example, in channel between Great Britain and France, there is still. The sea transport is there and flights are going. So this is not. I think this is first of all this is for the people. This is for R&D, and now once we know that the NATO's northern logistical center will be in Enköping, 300 kilometers from here. So it would be very convenient also to transport troops, components, and something else as well. So this is the future. And one more thing is that this will take time. But if we have the same idea and vision, sharing that with Greater Stockholm region, we immediately start to do cooperation. Cooperation means innovation. Innovation means new type of economic vitality and so on. So I think now it's time to start to just make decisions and start to go towards this.
This all sounds very good. Now, in the course of the past 3 days, we have heard various skillful politicians. And now I would like to ask Saara Sofia Sirén and Pekka Timonen, is the political will strong enough to ensure that high-speed connections move forward, both nationally and within the EU? And how can Finland proactively advance its interest in this matter already at an early stage?
Yeah, shall I start?
Yes, please.
I think the challenge when it comes to politics in general is that often in politics we think too short term. And now what we need to do when we are talking about projects as big as this one, both in investment and in a timeline and on a strategic level, it needs more work. But we need to start this work from somewhere. And this is maybe a boring answer of a politician, but I immediately start thinking about the structures that we have that we can actually use. The structures that we already have for cooperation, for example, the Nordic Council and the Council of Ministers and the transportation cooperation that could be discussed in this form. Then, of course, we have the EU programs and the EU funding. We have the MFF negotiations going on, and this is a big place for us to think what can be done. We have the NATO structures, obviously, and the EU military mobility. But where we need to start here on national level is, of course, to build the will here. And luckily in the government program, also of the current government, we talk about Nordic transportation systems. We talk about Nordic cooperation, obviously. There is a very strong political will to strengthen this cooperation. And also about cross-border linkages and routes and transportation. So there is a lot of structures that we can actually use if we decide so. The basis is there. There is all possibilities. And actually, this is not the new idea.
No.
This is something that has been in the air for a long time. And I think there is great potential to get people excited, politicians excited about this possibility because of security, because of competitiveness, because we want to be more involved in the Nordic and Western cooperation for obvious reasons.
I would say definitely no. There is not enough political will, as we just heard actually in reality. But the truth is that it's a process. It means that we have to start working together in these different structures in order to move forward. And then it's very important that somehow during these structures comes something what we call a shared vision and the shared goals. And this is what we are not having now. Each country has a little bit their own, and they haven't been put together. And in this process, I really hope that in Finnish political life, but also in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, we find powerful politicians who are willing to step forward and say, look, we have to do this. We don't know whether we make money tomorrow. We don't know whether it's, if it's better than doing something else in our country. In order to create something that makes new things possible, we have to take risks, we have to move forward, and then calculate how that works. Because what Finland needs, and all our Nordic countries, is opening these new visions and new pathways of doing new things. By the way, I didn't ask if you have asked any Chinese guys to come over, and because they would say 2040 is, ooh, is there a big mountain in your road? Yeah. I'm saying that, but I'm saying this in reality. This is the world. We are competing with these guys. So when they are able to create new connections and possibilities, then global business and global community, they are looking us, what you are capable of doing. We have to be capable of doing new things. Otherwise, we are very. So I would say the Nordic collaboration. We all understand language has been important. We all understand the discussion of a cultural unity, what we already have as societies are similar. But it sounds like that the discussion on what to do next, that's the discussion. Actions, what we do next. And let's agree that for 2 years there are no beautiful public speeches about how we are connected through history and language and all that. That all speeches must have a concrete proposal, what we do next together.
Mr. Carlson, now I would like to ask you, what is the political will in Sweden?
I say that there is a growing awareness that we need to do things, and I would say that the security situation is a huge driving force in that. if you start with a high-speed train, that's been a discussion. If you follow Swedish media for some reason, you could say that we have decided not to build high-speed rails, but we have kind of a different definition of high-speed rails in Sweden. We say we stay to 250 kilometers per hour, not a separate system going above that. But that system is being built step by step. So that's a will. There is, I think, in Sweden, like in many other places, I think politicians are a bit afraid of big visions because, of course, there is connected to costs. And also the problem that you were talking about, the long-term and short-term perspective. To start something in this area means that someone else has to finish it, and then it's much more interesting to build something that you can finish yourself. But that is a huge problem, I would say, in this kind of issue, because you need to have a long-term perspective. And we have, of course, not worked with Chinese companies. We looked at European companies mainly for our project, but I think there still is things you can learn from the Chinese technology, for example, and how fast they can build railways. So that is, of course. I would also say on this map, it looks like, I mean, there is nothing between Stockholm and Oslo. For example, my city, Örebro, somewhere in between there, is not marked. I think train has a huge potential that's not part of air traffic. I mean, a regional development along the way. So there's many people, there's millions of people living between Stockholm and Oslo as well, which you can integrate in a system like that. And that is one of the reasons that we also need railway transport. And also for some information between Stockholm and Oslo, like over 50% of people who work in the defense industry in Sweden works between Stockholm and Oslo. And that's quite a big thing in Sweden from a historical perspective. So I think we are getting there, but it's from my perspective, we're moving slowly. And we might not have the time if we want to stay competitive, and if we have to improve our security. So it's. I hope when I come back here a couple of years from now that we can say that we have decided. But the first step, I think, is you're correct. We need people when we gather, like in Nordic meetings, to take steps forward. That's the main thing. We have to stop being nice to each other and instead negotiate progress. Or not at least only be nice.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, just briefly, that is actually what we are doing. We are now establishing very good connections with the region, both Mälarend region and Stockholm region, and of course in Åland Island. And so we have to be in the regional level, local level, have the social acceptance, but also on the high level. And that's why we have also discussed with DG Movement and 10T network was mentioned. And our next goal is to be on the official list of 10T networks cross-border platforms. And the year will be 2028. So that is our next step. And also the one thing is that in Finland, as you mentioned, it's not right. This fixed connection is not at the moment on the government's hottest topic, but on the next governmental program, we work that it will be there.
I hope they start with the map exercise.
We are doing that actually.
Very well.
Very good.
I feel that we are just getting started, but I'm looking at the clock, so now it's time for a closing round, 30 seconds. If you could implement only one measure in the coming years to promote Nordic integration, what would it be and why? 30 seconds. Sarah.
I'll start with the strategic vision that is shared. We need this, and it needs to be concrete. And what better place to start than infrastructure? When it works, all other forms of cooperation works too.
Yes, we have to be connected to West. And that is number one to Finland to do. And it has to be fixed link in the future. So we have to start to really connect our economics, innovation. And as mentioned, we have to really show that we are part of the Nordic family.
Pekka.
Well, let's say we agree on the Nordic Connection Plan, which is a strategic plan which we have done together on how in all different levels our main urban areas will be connected in the future and what measures needs to be done to do that.
Since we already agreed between the Nordic countries that we should be the most integrated region in the world, maybe we should start by answering how. Yeah.
And Dingman.
Yeah, I think it came there that we need to have this Nordic logistic and transport corridor, what we are seeing together and on the different levels. So not only on the national levels, but also the regional and the local levels. So all agree within that. And again, comparison within the Asia, I don't think that we are lacking finance, we are not lacking technologies. Maybe we are just lacking the decision making that we go forward within that.
Excellent. We have 6 seconds. So just to wrap up, this is the beginning of the beautiful friendship, and now it's up to us to make it happen. Thank you for the panelists and the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the speakers and the audience for an engaging discussion. It's now time for a small break. The program on the stage will continue in 15 minutes at 2 p.m. If you would like to grab a snack or coffee, the Europe Cafe on the second floor is open. See you soon. Hej och varmt välkomna till årets sista programsession på den här scenen. Programmet
A warm welcome to this last session. These will be done in Swedish. We have interpretation into Finnish and English through the Interprefy app. If you want to participate in the discussion, you can scan the QR code for yourselves, and you can see it on the screen here. I will now give the floor to the moderator, Vilppo Kuusipalo, for this discussion. She's the project coordinator at Åbo Academy University. Thank you and good afternoon, distinguished panelists and ladies and gentlemen. Next, we're going to discuss the topic, if the US steps back, who will defend the Nordics and democracy? And the research consortium STRONG is actually a collaboration with Jyväskylä and Åbo Academy Universities and the Institute for Health. They have organized this, and we want to discuss in this panel how we can increase our faith in our Nordic systems. And my name is Vilppo Kuusipalo, and I work as a project coordinator at the Social Sciences Institute, and I will act as the moderator for this discussion. I work at the Åbo Academy University, and we have here four excellent speakers. We have first Albert Weckman here. He is a doctoral student at the Åbo Academy University and a university lecturer. He is doing research on the defense policies and is teaching international politics and security politics at Åbo Academy University. We also have here Maria Sterus. She is the political reporter from the Finnish Broadcasting Company, and for the past 2 years she's been acting as the NATO correspondent, has been reporting on NATO issues, security policy, and she's also been a EU correspondent before and has been involved in many elections discussions. Next, we have Kimmo Grönlund, a professor of political science at the Åbo Academy University as well, and he's doing research on democratic innovations, the voter behavior, and he's also involved in the STRONG Research Consortium. And last but not least, Eva Biaudet, a long-term member of parliament from the Swedish People's Party. She has very long experience on foreign policy, human rights, and several other things. She's also been acting as Minister for Equality Affairs and been engaged in human rights work. So in this discussion, we're going to discuss the role of the United States, which is getting more and more insecure and unpredictable on the international arena, and what Finland and the Nordic countries should do in this insecure global situation. First of all, I would like to ask our panelists to share some thoughts about today's topic. I'll give you about 2 minutes to share your views on it. And first of all, if you have any questions, as we have audience both here in the room and following us online. At the end of the discussion, we have time for this discussion. We have reserved about 10 minutes. So let's start with Eva. Go ahead. It's always hard to begin, to be the first. I believe many share this emotion with me of being lost. One doesn't really know what to think. Since so many of the things that you've built your thinking upon of good society, security, democracy, building democracy, many of these principles have now been questioned. It is clear that in this international game, I have been working a lot with human rights and many international agreements, even if the United States hasn't always signed them. The United States has often still had a very crucial role in creating them, just as we have. Now, all of a sudden, this constellation is no longer there. We are used to relying on what used to be there, and now that no longer works, and we have to find a new route and take more initiative ourselves without the support that we used to have. Thank you. And Kimmo, so yes, this title, If the United States Steps Back, Who Will Defend the Nordics and Democracy? There are actually two questions here. If and when the United States will step down, just as Eva says, we have a curious situation right now because the United States has been the leading democratic country for decades, and everything has been built on a rule-based world order, and the United States has been the engine for that. Not always, not in all situations, just as Eva said, but we're used to things being like that. We have international agreements, international conventions, we have the free trade system, we have the strong role of international organizations, and Trump couldn't care less about all this. This doesn't necessarily mean, however, that the United States will step back in the defense policy. We are all, of course, also members in NATO, and of course the EU provides us with security, but ultimately it is us, Europe and the North, who will have to defend ourselves, and we also defend democracy. Democracy is being threatened in many ways. We have various organizations measuring the state of democracy in different parts of the world, and actually a minority of the countries is now living in democracy, and it is possible that the US will in future no longer be a democracy. And there was an article in an American paper where he described this road towards an authoritarian regime in the United States. This does not mean that the US would be a dictatorship like Russia, but there is that kind of development going on there, and we cannot trust the US as long as Trump alone is leading the Republicans. But of course we need to defend the Nordic countries, we have to defend democracy, and I am quite sure that in this discussion we will find different tools and instruments to pull it off. As a political reporter, of course, I try to follow those who have a lot to say and responsibility. At the beginning of this month, I had discussions with many politicians and diplomats, and many of them were thinking aloud about what could possibly happen, whether it's possible that Donald Trump, what will happen to the rule of law, as he only has loyal assistants? What will happen to international agreements? And when he starts threatening minorities, what will happen? What kind of foreign policies will he practice? All this is now beginning to be realized. We can already see it happening now. What are politicians doing? Nobody really says things out loud. Nobody says directly that what we were afraid of has already happened, and everything that we predicted is now becoming reality as we speak. What are politicians doing? They are sitting around Donald Trump, they're listening to him. We know why that is happening. It's because we have so much at stake here. Our whole security system, not to mention the question with Ukraine, the security of Europe. But right now we are in a very peculiar situation. Everybody knows that the situation is very difficult. But everybody is just playing along, pretending that everything's fine. I agree, and actually I would like to say that, in my opinion, we are still quite naive in Europe and in the northern countries. Nordic countries, particularly when it comes to the strength of our democratic systems. Of course, there is the military dimension when we talk about Donald will come to help should there be a military aggression in an EU country. We have that dimension, and it's of course a very important one, and I'm sure we're going to discuss it here too. But then the democratic dimension and the divisions, the polarization that we can see in Europe, it doesn't seem to go to a better direction. I dare to say that the democratic stability and resilience is very strongly connected to the hard security, the military dimension. So I'm quite concerned about this. Of course, we have the EU, we have NATO, organizations between states, but they only work if all members support that organization and comply with the common rules. And if we now look at what's going on in the world and what the US is doing, the USA has shown that it doesn't care about the common rules. What kind of signals is it sending to other countries? Maybe other countries will follow suit. I think we heard some wise words here. When you talk about the security of Ukraine and the defense of Ukraine, there we have managed to combine the European countries, including the Nordic countries, apart from Hungary, and Ukraine has received strong support. And usually when we say this, we say that we are also defending democracy. And now when we think about this in the long term, it is not enough to just try and defend Ukraine and its sovereignty and soil. It's important that also the democracy in Ukraine and in Europe will remain strong. We have a strong need of increasing military expenditure, while we're not really thinking about cherishing the civil society. And this is a challenge to us politicians too. We need to have all the balls in the air and look to the future and strike a balance between these different elements. For me, it's been difficult because in Finland we are often only engaged in one discussion when we only have one truth and we have a negative attitude towards anybody questioning that. I think this is also a bad thing. I think we should always have vivid, intelligent discussions, not blaming others, but having intelligent discussions and thinking quite far ahead. And it could be a challenge for small countries. Maybe bigger countries also have more diversity as it comes to political debates. And therefore, I think it's extremely important that we defend our own associations and that we have channels through which people can participate. And this is also true for Europe. And we have to make sure that people won't be discriminated and isolated, become marginalized and feel they're not part of democracy. And if we think about the diversity perspective, of course, we have quite little diversity. Maybe the NATO debate isn't the best example because we were so unanimous about it. However, this situation is by no means easy. And I'm thinking that this whole debate, where it's being, where it's happening, whether it's in Parliament and when, maybe it's there, but it might not be the best place for that debate. They talk about this in the social media, and we know what happens there when you try and have a proper discussion there, and you raise some opinions, so it becomes easily quite heated. In Finland, it is true that we always just have one truth at the time in a given situation, and it too is some kind of a sign of a weak democracy. And if we go back to that NATO debate, then the Left Alliance particularly had a profile of being critical about it and opposed to joining the NATO. And if you raise critical opinions, then it's easy to say that, well, you're clearly on Russia's side, or you're somebody else's side, but that's not a wise thing to do in a critical situation as this. Okay, good, interesting points. If we think about democracy, so to speak, we have a world where the US has retreated from many fronts when it comes to international cooperation in a very short time, as was already stated. Trump's current office has been very strongly in the form of making America great again, and has shown contempt to other countries and has stopped supporting many international organizations, has retreated from international agreements, and now the latest tariffs are leading towards a trade war. How likely do you see it that the US will continue this withdrawal in the coming years, and what will it mean for the international collaboration? Kim, this is a very interesting development for many reasons, and it's also going on in Europe. For a long time in the political science, we had the understanding of change in values going on in. Right now, there was a theory that a German Christian Belzer has continued. The idea was that people want more freedom, more cooperation, but then there is a counter reaction to that, of which Trump is an example. But we have similar political movements in Europe too. For example, the Finns Party, but also in other countries. The Finns Party are now in the government, so they need to adapt to that. But this was a big surprise, however, because all our models predicted something else. And the idea was that young people will vote green parties, increasingly parties that are in favor of human rights, and that would be more on the agenda. But there was this counter reaction then, and it has been quite strong. And I don't know what's going to happen in the US. Perhaps it's not wise to say very much about it, because everything depends on Trump. So everybody boils down to, if you're loyal to him, and if you're not, you will have to leave. And the mechanisms that are used in America now are familiar from other countries. You attack other people's. We have the example about the Federal Reserve right now, where a member of the board at the Fed will now have to step down. So we don't know where this development will lead, because it seems like Donald Trump is a giant baby who wants one thing one day and another on another day. And Ingemar Lindros wrote a good article in Swedish newspaper whether Alexander Stubb is our strong Trump card or not. So we don't really know what this means. and what the midterm elections next autumn will mean, whether Democrats will get majority in the House of Representatives. Everything has happened very fast. When we think about his first office, he didn't achieve that much, but now he has a stronger team behind him, and I'm afraid that this will continue and the US will become even more isolated. And one example, which is quite incomprehensible and dangerous to the humankind, is that the US has started supporting HIV medication in Africa. That can cause a lot of destruction and death. There's absolutely no explanation to that. It's just this America first thinking. It is extremely detrimental. I would say that in Europe, we are, of course, very much aware of this situation also because of the war in Ukraine. And for defending Ukraine, we need resources. We need the safety guarantees from the US to rely on, and maybe that's why things look like this. The boys are sitting around Trump being good boys, and this is some kind of an act. And if we think about democracy, it feels pretty strange. Even politicians are using this word that this is just a game, where we should be looking for solutions and have the courage to talk with a lot of nuances. But we see that this is just a game, and we just try to play it so that things want to get even worse. And it's interesting because I was just at a meeting in Copenhagen where the defense and foreign ministers were meeting. Nobody mentioned Trump, but everybody talked about transatlantic. Afraid that it's too confrontational if you mention him. So it seems that there's a lot of other kinds of games going on than just on the international arena. But with the US, it's not just about the HIV medication. The US has been the big operator that has invested a lot in development aid, and this is a disaster in human terms when the US is withdrawing so fast. And it has also created new situations in Africa where terrorists and various guerrilla fighters are gaining a foothold. And this is quite terrifying. And it seems that like if Europe hasn't realized that we need to somehow stand up and increase our international responsibility, if not for other reasons, then for our own safety and security. It seems that Europe is somehow paralyzed right now, and things have happened that we never imagined to be possible. And on the other hand, the Middle East, for example, there was a researcher saying that what happened in Syria and this refugee disaster somehow traumatized us. We have withdrawn ourselves. We're no longer active in solving the problems in the Middle East. And this too is a disaster, because that too is extremely crucial for our security and the well-being, globally speaking, and the EU should be active in that. And I don't think people realize this. We're just standing there and looking on when horrible things happen. Children are dying in Gaza and so on. Or that there is this famine in Sudan. We need to think about this bigger global picture, because we too are global players. We can't just turn inwards. And the worst thing that Trump has done is this Trumpism that has spread. It's strange to act within politics, because it feels like I'm constantly working with disinformation. We're not talking about the real threats, but we are making statements of various things that are not correct in the end, and things are turned upside down. And our freedom is being threatened. These are the threats that are being painted out, and you should come to us because your freedom is being threatened. I think this is extremely serious as a phenomenon. I don't think we have reacted enough, because everything's become upside down.
Engagemang och framtid i världen. för att lite fortsätta på Evas tråd där det intressanta med USAs minskade
To continue a bit about what Eva was just sharing,
så lämnar de ju ett tomrum och då kommer det ju andra
the role of USA being reduced, and we're thinking about like how they have also reduced the financial aid for the developing countries. It would be important for the Europe also to take on this, because that would be in our global interests. Then again, what happens in USA? Finland as a small state, when we think from the security policy angle and also on economical aspects and other factors, we are rather dependent on USA in many ways, and this is why we have to navigate in this landscape. We have a skillful president who is doing this at the moment. At the same time, however, we need to try and uphold our dignity as a democratic country. The problem lies not only in the United States, but I would like to get back to us having our own internal issues and problems. And if the politics and policies of Trump and how he sees democratic institutions, if this is spreading, as I'm afraid it is, then we do have in our hands a danger for polarizing to increase, for different far and ultra movements and think ideology is spreading. And when we know that when it's difficult in economically, and also individuals feel this, that their financial situation is weakened, then people do not have that much trust in democratic institutions. They think there is need for more authoritarian leadership and stronger leaders. So as we are looking towards USA and we are thinking what is happening there and in other countries, we should also look into our own country and see what happens here. I do believe that when we think about how people and voters are behaving, we think about economic situation, political situation. I think the economical situation will be at the core and center in the future. You were talking about this theater that we can see taking place in the USA. Perhaps there is theater there and they play a certain kind of a game there. However, I do hope that Europe would have its own game where we are playing. In February, we saw that the coalition of the willing was very quick to form. These were the people wanting to work for Ukraine and for the security of Europe. There is about 30 countries in this. And we thought that the United States might be less committed. And this is why we should take on more responsibility ourselves. Coming back to the security situation and coming back to the negotiations concerning Ukraine, we are quite relieved at the moment that the USA is on our side. But then again, I need to say that I think that Europe should have more responsibility on our shoulders. We should take on responsibility. And when it comes to our internal situation, political situation, in many European countries it's rather weak when we think about, for instance, France or Germany. They're the presidents or prime ministers, leaders in the countries. If their position is weak, that will impact their policies. In Finland, I would think that our security policy is rather simple because we are rather united in how we see things. However, thinking about trends, that populist trends, and who has caused the situation that the United States is at the moment, we have similar kind of problems in Europe and also in our country. For instance, what happened this week in Finland and what is happening in Finland when we should discuss our economic situation in our home country, our health services and so on. We instead start to talk about the people transfer of peoples, like in our current topics program A studio, A studio, just this week. So it's not just a phenomenon in the USA. We also talk about such matters here, and we can see this in Finland and in other European countries as well. Thank you. Let's continue with this theme a bit forward. So, democracy. I would like to ask you, what could we in Finland do in a very concrete way for democracy, for resilience, for internal threats that we could be stronger and improve the situation? Kimmo Grönroos. Yes, I am leading a strategic research project where we think about the future of democracy. First of all, I have to say, I always say that the biggest cultural, political, and division that also considers rule of law is the division or border is between Finland and Russia. Finland is always the best, the most democratic country. We have a high trust among citizens. We have a strong civil society. And then Russia, again, Russia is an authoritarian state. Then again, for instance, there is as big of a divide between North and South Korea, but that they are all Koreans. So in some way we live in a paradise as other Nordic countries, and I think that's why the topic of this discussion session was excellent. We could think about the united Nordic countries, that if they would be one country, if it would be only one Nordic country, then they would be a big power player. In one way, we are that already, but in any case, just as a thought. So Finland and Sweden, for instance, could be united, if nothing else. What is our strength when we think in relation to Russia and other aggressive states is that we are a democracy. We have citizens who want to defend their own country, and this is the strength in democracy, and we can also strengthen it even more. For instance, I don't want to brag too much, but I would like to say that we are the best in taking forward different kinds of experiments. People in our research projects, they get moderated information. We know what is taking place. People become more competent and knowledgeable. Their views are changed, and their understanding for other people who might think otherwise is also strengthened. And this is very important, that we have understanding in the polarized time that we live in. In this way, we can increase also understanding that there are people who think differently than I do. This is not possible in authoritarian states, whereas we defend our democracy with pride. And this is why democracy will conquer, but we cannot take it for granted. Albert, please. Yes, the willingness to defend. Well, polarization is of course linked to this. There are signs about polarization. We do see that individuals have the willingness to defend. However, if the polarization is increasing more and more, people are not united front anymore. If the economic situation is weak or our society in one way or another is not functioning well, then on a long-term perspective, there will be less willingness to defend the country and the values. It's of course good to talk about the willingness to defend, and that is basis of democracy, but I don't know if it is so in all of the countries in the world. In any case, I think it is important to think, what do we want to defend? What is it that we are defending? It has to be something that is worth defending for. We are just
även om man har majoritet så tar man beaktar man minoriteterna.
Maybe thinking that, well, politics is based on us having majority deciding who takes minorities into account. It hasn't been a tyranny, but it has been a rather generous politics. But at the moment, we have one party who wants to talk for the simple majority, that as a majority you could do whatever you want, and then the minorities don't have to say anything. They don't have the power to say and impact. What I find is sad about this is that this group of people claims that they are very patriotic, but as a matter of fact, they are tearing down the democracy and the feeling of unity in our country. And this can also lessen our willingness to defend our country. However, I do think that democracy has to be stronger than in the extreme situation where we are forced to fight and have a battle. We want to be building democracy even when we do not have a crisis in our hands. And I think that in this sense, the Nordic countries are very powerful compared to other countries and world where the situations might be a bit more sensitive. They look onto the Nordic countries and admire us. If we here do not give a toss about international treaties, if we do not respect the human rights, then nobody thinks they are important, because we have been the countries in the world who have been having this, who have been speaking for these values. So it's important for us to cherish the rights of minorities, to cherish the people who are in difficult situations. For instance, thinking about poverty, children living in poor families. It's important to discuss these things in Finland, and we also have to do something about these things. It's not just economy from the national point of view, but economy and finance. We also have to talk about individuals and families and how they're doing. It shouldn't be depending on your skin color or ethnicity or religion or anything like that. Finland has been a relic, we could say. It's been a relic, and this is because we have the border with Russia. However, now as other European countries are also starting to think about having conscription for universal conscription as an option. We do not have to go that far. We just can talk about Sweden or Norway, where they haven't had this conscription for all universal conscription. Now also Germany has been thinking about this as an option. Thus, when we think it that way, our situation is actually quite different. Henna Virkkunen was talking here earlier today, and she was asked, what should we do to strengthen democracy so that people would understand what is taking place in the internet? Her answer was literacy, and also media literacy. Those should be strong among the people so that everyone would understand what they are reading. I think this is a simple answer, but it is one of the best answers to give to this question, I think. Yes, you journalists should help us with this. Yes, of course. And I think also this is about our education school system, and that it functions, and that we have a media where there is freedom, and media who tries to understand and tries to discuss about the truth from different angles. Yes, and now talking about the cuts that have been done. Talking about if there's something to defend, as there have been so many cuts done. Of course, we are not at this stage, but it might be a path towards that direction. Yes, thank you for this discussion. Time has been flying, and I would like to give the floor to the audience. We have a question there. If you have any questions, please, you are free to do that right now. So let's first take all the questions, and then we'll give the floor to the panelists. Please.
Jag är inte varit provokativa.
Nej, det är för samstämmig.
Apparently, we haven't been too provocative. Were there any questions in the audience?
Om det inte finns frågor här på plats så har det
Apparently, there are no questions at the moment. Of course, you can also comment on something. You don't have to have a question. There is a question on the chat. So let's have that. Trump has 3.5 years left of his term as a president of the United States. Will the foreign policies of the United States change during this time so much that the events might be something that you cannot take a turn back? Or will we see more stable United States after that? Levinsky, a researcher from Harvard, was speculating this, and he said there is a possibility to save democracy in America because they have stronger democratic institutions than, let's say, in Hungary or Turkey, and they have opposition, even though the Democrats have a bit lost their way at the moment. However, Trump is challenging all the time, and he is testing the borders and the border limits and so on, and Democrats do not question him. It cannot be so that you accept everything that the president is doing. We have our own experience of a president who was very powerful in using his power and authority here in Finland. It's not necessarily good, but I do think and believe that this is possible, and I hope this is possible, that the democratic system and the rule of law can be cherished also after 3.5 years, but we cannot be certain of this. I think that there is always hope and belief that bad political situations are sometimes done and then they can be reversed. It might not be like that always. In Finland, we have seen as well that it is difficult to come back from certain paths. Bad decisions can impact various things, and they do leave their mark. It is awful to say like this, but the bigger the disaster, the bigger the reaction. This has often been the case during history, that good things have been built out of crisis. People have understood that now we really need to gear to another direction. It's not only about power and authority. When we think about Russia and we think about Putin, it is important to think that those who think differently, that they also have a voice. And it would be important that also in the American system we could see this and hear about that. I think the biggest threat in Europe as well is that we are making normal and acceptable these kind of bad exceptions, because the power struggle is going strong. So populist tactics have been popular, and it is an easy way. It's quite simple. You don't have to stay in truth. You can do and say what you want.
Här har vi ett naturligt experiment mellan Finland.
Your favorite parties in the government, the Finns party. This is a natural experiment with Finland and Sweden. In Sweden, the Swedish Democrats are not allowed to be in the government, but they have this Tiden contract. So Swedish Democratic Party in Sweden, they are doing strong, and the Finns here in Finland, they are not quite as popular. But there's the same basis, government basis with the parties here and in Sweden, although with this one exception. But let's see what happens. Yes, at the moment, as you described, this is the situation as you described it. But this kind of parties can, with just a short of time, they can, before elections, they can change the discussion that we're having, change the topics. When you carry responsibility, you have to go towards the center, but then you also gain power. Of course, yes, this is how it is. However, this has also got to do about the political questions and what is our attitude towards those. So we need to think that, if, for instance, if we agree on the EU policies, then all of the government parties should support that, also the Finns party. However, I am also worried about this general atmosphere that we are having in Europe. Our atmosphere has changed. Antonen, a highly experienced diplomatic person, comforted me and talked about green transition, that thinking about that and climate, good development is taking place all the time. And I was given a good example of many states with Republican majorities. They are using green energies, renewable energies. So there are other things that are also impacting policies in positive ways, and those are based on research. Going back to the United States, nobody knows, of course, what kind of damage Trump may cause there and what will happen after his term in about 3 years. But we can see that Finland and Europe all the time is trying to build more and more dependencies with America. For instance, when we think about defense. At the same time, we are saying that we should have plan B if we cannot trust the United States anymore. And at the same time, we have these dependencies and we are building them, building bridges, bringing railroads so that the US troops could come and help us. Maybe we think and imagine that as long as we get them to understand that we are interdependent, we need each other, that is enough. That this would be our security and our help. But this is only about defense, not democracy. Excellent. Thank you so much for the discussion, and it has come to its end. Our time is out. Thank you so much for our excellent panelists, and thank you so much for the audience. And let's give a hand at the end of this session. Thank you.
Ett stort tack till alla talare och till er i publiken.
Thank you so much, all the speakers, and you, audience, of course, for good debates. This was our final session in this Europe Forum. However, on the main stage, there is still more session to come at 3 p.m. You're warmly welcome there.